Kira, I appreciate the dedication. The Nightbot sometimes, or I think Nightbot like all the time, needs a couple minutes after the stream starts to really be firing. It's like watching the stream, but I don't think it's watching like every minute. But anyway, so if I'm honest, I've been eager to do another Every Mini as a Character stream since about 3 minutes after the last one. And I just have not gotten back around to doing it. And so I'm super excited to get a chance to. This is so this is a stream where we take one of the gray miniatures in my collection. Some have been pinned already, some have been primed. And we're only going to paint one mini. That's the whole gambit here. And what I like about the process so much is that when I'm painting a miniature, that's when I sort of figure out the character. And so that's kind of what we do on this stream. And of course, as the title says, this stream is sort of in partnership with Dungeon in a Box, which is a really cool company. I have so many of their products from over the years, and they are running a Kickstarter, and it's for a Monster Trainer's Handbook for 5e. It's a sort of a creature training supplement for 5e and a campaign setting. So check that out. It's already in the chat up there, but it is a ! stream command away from a link. Checking the Kickstarter out through that link not only gives you options on their Kickstarter, but it also helps support the channel, which is awesome for me as well. Let me see here. So different kind of stream. It has been a minute since we've crafted, since we've painted. And this is it's a fun like intro to the stream, but I also have to sort of dismantle it, which will be kind of interesting because I've never done that before on the stream. But this is okay, so maybe I'll leave it up because the black background actually does help. Thanks, Kira. Thanks for the other links as well. So let's see here. What's the simplest way to do this? Let me move here. Here's what I'll do. Here, I'm gonna shift it. I like it. I like the background. I don't. Let me see if I do that. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's too many. That's the right number, but that's not the one. That's the one. Okay. All right. So the first challenge here is going to be picking a mini to even start with. In the past, I've done voting on this, like pre-stream, which maybe would have been a good idea. I didn't do anything like that. So we're going to figure it out right now and just get going with it. So let's see. I think the first one up here, will it focus? Does it focus okay? So there is a sort of a kobold traveler there. He's pretty cool. He's got like a whole pack on his back. I could see that guy being a monster wrangler. Bob, hello. Welcome to the stream. Straight up experimental right now, figuring this out. All right, here is a, let's see, focus in right about there maybe. There is a sort of dragonborn, I think. Yeah, dragonborn with a sword. Looks like a book of some sort. All right, let's see. Here's a construct, this big warhammer. Yeah, depending on the setting, I could see that being a monster hunter. Hey, Beardy. This guy. Whoa, sorry for the. I gotta retrain myself. Paint camera not getting in the way. I don't know. Like I could imagine. Like this kind of reminds me of. I forget if it's Bebop or Rocksteady, but this sort of warthog dude. I could imagine a world where he's hunting and collecting monsters. Let's see what else we have here. Here's sort of a, I believe the idea of this one is almost like a forge, almost like cleric, but I could see like an artificer, maybe. A lot of character in his pose, I like that. Oh, okay, this guy's pretty cool. I think he might be themed slightly around. This is a big crazy turtle with just all sorts of interesting character, and like I could definitely see, I think those are like candles using to light the way, but I mean in terms of hunting and collecting creatures, like that could be a cool one. What else is in here? Okay, I like this guy. He's serious old man here with some goggles and crossbow and stakes. Could be like a vampire hunter. Certainly could be reinterpreted as a monster hunter. Yeah, the turtle guy is pretty awesome. Right off the bat, that's a strong contender, I think. Let's see here. This guy's just got a huge broadsword, but I like him because he kind of looks like more like a detective, but that could also fit. That could also be thematically, like maybe it's like a, yeah, there's a story there. Don't know what it is, but we'll find it. Old man with a beard. we have to, all right, let's see here. This is clearly like a grave digger type guy. Let's see. Here's a very proud, sort of princely, pauperish, or not pauperish, princely sort of hunter, like a big game hunter type of character. Let's see. So it feels like we were sort of gravitating towards. Okay, we've got the crazy bearded dude with a crossbow. Again, I don't know what to call these guys yet. We'll figure that out while we paint them. or coming back to the turtle again. That could definitely be a creature hunter, a creature collector. Let's see if there's any others that those might kind of. I mean, this guy, I'll throw this guy in as a third, like this guy again, only because that trench coat and hat is very sort of like noir detective-y. But he's clearly a monster fighter of some sort with that giant sword. All right, so let me clear some of these out of the way. What do you guys think? It sounds like the turtle was the quick and away winner here, but maybe I can hold them up. Actually, that's what I've got this block of styrofoam to do. Hold on. Very advanced technology on a stream like this. All right, we'll stick him in there. Him in there. And this one in there. Come on. Hopefully they don't fall out. Okay. Bloodborne vibes, that's not a bad thing at all. Let's see here. Let's put them in like this. Kind of feels like, man, this guy's feet are pointed. All right. Kind of feels like it's one of those three. That's the vibe I'm getting. What do you guys think? Get all these other undesirables out of the way. Got another vote from Ashley for the big boy. It's the Turtle, if we're going by 5e naming conventions. The turtle if you're just a normal human being. Let me get a closer look here. So, big pack. It looks like he's carrying around a gravestone as a shield, which is kind of cool. Big belt around his shell. He's got a big. Okay, that works for me. He's yeah. What do you mean he's a turtle? Hold on. You didn't even catch that. You're voting for the turtle. Yes. Sorry. Look at that. Look at that shell. Look at that shell that everything is connected to. Okay. All right. Now I'll destroy the illusion of this little set here real quick. Break this down out of the way. And we can get set for some painting and some facing. This is number 2, Atticus. That's right. This is the longest time in between 2 streams I've ever done. Let's see here. So I'll have to get back into practice with finding a good distance from this camera. So pardon the plenty of shifting probably while I figure it out. So he's definitely from the wild, right? This guy knows how to live, or girl. This guy is guy generic enough? I feel like I use guy interchangeably. Let's see. So this turtle. The first question. So I'm definitely going to need a wider base than normal because when you're basing stuff, you want to. It's not based on the feet. The feet could fit on a normal base. You want to pick a base that fits its entire size because the idea is that the base will sort of secure its footprint on the table, so to speak. So let's start grabbing some stuff. I think see what kind of bases I have here. So I always have to check. I have some sort of sculpted bases. Probably not at this size, but you never know. Get the right size here. Yeah, the mace is pretty cool. Here, now that I'm done with the... I can go a little bit bigger there. Let's see. Well, this is a pre-made base that probably won't make sense for him, because he's definitely not... Oh, sorry. He's not indoors. So in terms of sizing, probably on a base like this. That'll work. This one is sloped. I don't really care one or the other about that. Yeah, any sculpted bases, like sometimes I have stuff like this from different minis I picked up at different times, and so I'll check, because sometimes those could be a good fit, but closest one I have is like this, which I think those are supposed to be like tree stumps maybe, but not quite big enough for him, so... Alright, so these bases are no good. Let me grab some other ones I have. Clear, plastic, flat. Got some non-standard bases. Here we go, large. Let's make sure we get the right size here. My preference are the Reaper bases, not that it really matters, but I like the sort of the thick rim. Gives a lot of space if you're also trying to hide any sort of weights or magnets or anything like that, which I don't do very often, but I like having the option for. That's about the same. Okay. I think this will be definitely is bigger, which is nice for a terrain guy like me, because that gives a lot of room. Is it too big though? Maybe it's better on this. Yeah, that feels a bit much. Hey, thanks, Beardy. Yeah, if you guys didn't notice in the title, stream sponsored by Dungeon in a Box's new Kickstarter. I've been a huge fan of Dungeon in a Box for a long time. And their new Kickstarter is all about collecting and training monsters, creatures, wildkin, they're calling them. And so, this guy's going to be... Oops. This guy's going to be a monster hunter. Thanks for the plug there, Kira. I appreciate it. All right. Then I think I need to drill this base first. Somewhere. I mean, I don't need to. Really, what we need to figure out is what is his, like, where is he from? Like, what kind of biome do we want to put him in? Because we've got pretty much all options on the table, right? The wild, which he doesn't feel like a city turtle, that's for sure. He definitely can survive for long periods of time, so he can pretty much justify he could be in the swamp. He could be from the forest for sure. Grasslands, hills, mountains. I guess it just depends what kind of creatures he's hunting down. Let's see. Something different. I mean, anything sort of arid and dry is different. So anything sort of deserty or mountainy. It could be even a spelunker. Would this work for like caves? Because he's got these candles, which is like one of my favorite parts. Ashley, that is cruel. First time working on a mini on stream, and how long? Let's make a lily pad. Oof. No, but these, I mean, yeah, you know, we can consider it if you really want. I like the idea of these candles being used to light the way somewhere, so that makes me think of more of a cave turtle. Yeah. It's got like a belt holding this stuff onto his. Man, this is gonna be a beast to paint. Yeah, maybe a cave. We could do that. Do like a cave and maybe a is the base big enough? We could do some like stalagmites. Mites go up. Could maybe do some like, if we just to get some like resin or clear glue in there, we could do some sort of like a pool of water in the cave, like a stream or something. Again, that might be ambitious given the amount of space that we have here, but so sort of standing on a rocky ledge. Works for me. Underdark. Ooh. Hunting strange and exotic creatures through the Underdark. That's a fun idea. I mean, that's basically a cave plus purple, right? Take a cave, make it purple and blue and like green, and now it's the Underdark. That could be fun. I need to turn up my lighter, adjust the temperature here. I guess it's kind of a fine temperature. Let's see, is that better? Get some more direct light on this guy. Ooh, some fungi. I like that. Okay. Yeah, this guy, it almost feels, yeah, already I'm getting the vibe that this guy is going for, like, this is a long-term contract guy. Like, this is who you send after, like, the impossible to catch, impossible to tame. Okay. All right. I think that works. So what we need is then we need a cave. We need to make a cave floor. We need to get a proper handle for this guy so that I can, let's see here. Get a handle like that. Wake up all of my miniature painting gear. Some fun guy. He actually doesn't look like a very fun guy, to be honest. Like, he's got sort of a look in his face. I don't know if that's clear yet. But if we really... I'm shocked that I haven't snapped any of the pieces off of this guy. You guys ever do that with minis? I do that all the time. If you actually, like, get in there... Probably hard to focus on him yet. He doesn't look super amused. But maybe that's just his serious face. Okay, let's adjust this a tad. Yeah, that'll work. Get rid of that base, don't need it. What else do I need? So pin, oh, I do need the base. What am I talking about? But I don't need the base. The other base. I don't need that base. I need this base. That's the one. Alright. So, going to need some... what? Going to need a handle separate for the base. Something to stick that down onto. And the reason when I pin like the miniature feet and everything, when I pin it pretty long, because I never really know what kind of a base I'm going to stick these guys onto. So until I Like, what if I put it up on a pretty high level here? I want the pins in the feet to be able to go down all the way through to the base itself. So I tend to leave them pretty long. So for a cave floor, I'm thinking some cork. Got lots of different ivy. Let's see here. Probably going to want to use some green stuff. So I'll include that. It's been a while since I've looked at all my supplies over here. Earth, shells. Okay, plenty of cork. Hey, D-Dan, thanks for dropping a like. Appreciate it. All right. Let's think about this guy here. So cork is a fun basing material to work with because it's so soft that you can pretty much just peel it apart and sort of try to find the shapes that you want. One thing that I think is pretty important when using it, depending on what you're trying to cause it to emulate, is to kind of rough up the flat surface at the top. So I'm come through maybe even with a brush, or maybe I'll just kind of gouge at it with something if I do decide this is the way to go. Now the nice part about using, oh, here, let me make myself teeny tinier. Don't want my face to get in the way. The nice part about having it be a raised kind of cave floor here is that we can then tuck a lot of, like, if we do want to go, like, we could get some mushrooms down there, some fungus, and just sort of like kind of, you know, not like a lot of foliage or anything, but like something to hint at the kind of the underdark spelunker that this guy feels like he might be. You can also just sort of drop some sand texture on the top of the cork. That'll work too. Just gonna make a terrible mess under here, but that's okay. Feels like be a decent fit. Can probably also, once I get it in place, it'll be easier, but probably also do some sort of a raised kind of crag or spire or stalagmite. That's right. stalagmite because they're going up to be mighty. I think that's how that works, right? I've looked it up so many times and I'm never confident. Those like annoying words that mean all these different sound alikes. Can't go wrong with super glue, especially for basing. So we'll stick this on there to start with. Let's see, I'll move him off the distance for a second. So this stuff, if you've never used it before, which I'm kind of running low, is Instaset. It's an accelerant or an accelerator for CA for superglues. Basically, it cures the superglue quickly. Not that, you know, time is a super big factor here, but I would rather it be secure quickly. And that's what it does. Just paint some onto the cork here. Doesn't take much. I got kind of a little heart shape on that base so far. Hey, what's up, Andrew? Painting a mini tonight. One mini. And gonna figure out who this guy is, what he's all about. So now let's decide how we want to do the surface and the edges, because anything flat, yeah, Andrew. So this is every mini's a character, where we take one mini, in this case this Turtle Explorer guy, and while basing and painting we sort of figure out what's his name, what's his deal, what's his background, because this guy is, you know, basically there's a character and probably an entire quest line behind this guy right now. We just haven't figured him out yet. And tonight's stream is sponsored, actually. I'll hit the thing. This stream is in conjunction with the Dungeon in a Box Kickstarter, the Monster Trainer's Handbook. It's a 5e supplement and campaign, actually. I think I saw, is it like, I forget the exact number, but I think like 200 creatures, maybe over 100 at least, and they like change, and his name should be Terrence. Terrence isn't a bad name. So this guy, as a result of that Kickstarter that Dungeon in a Box is doing, this guy's a monster hunter / trainer, but I think they have to be hunted before they can be trained, right? So I got to start somewhere. So I think now that I've sort of done the poor man's tapering on the edge, I think, of all of this cork, I think for the remaining flat surfaces might go the route of some texture paste. Could always use I could always use something like sand. Actually, maybe we'll mix in some more of these chunks. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see here. Use this Vallejo. Oh, there it is. Earth texture. It's a nice and relatively speedy way to get some texture onto a base. Saves, especially if you can open the... Andrew, do I have any mimics? Not on hand right now, no. I actually managed to, I think back in January, February, I think it was January, I pretty much painted up all the minis, the mimics that I had on hand. It feels like this, I need to correct something about this camera. Hold on, this is driving me nuts. The white balance is like shifting every time. You see how that like, it's really weird. Hold on, let me see if I can get rid of that, and then there. I guess see me for a second. See if I can sort out what's going on there and turn that off, because that is driving me nuts. And I don't think I'm crazy. I think it's definitely, I can see the color, the color of the light. What is that, an ISO setting? Focus, maybe it's a white balance. How do I lock you down? Maybe it's just going to do that. Maybe there's nothing I can do about that. Video stabilization. Huh. Yeah. What does that do? Ah, found, okay, now I can lock it in. Okay, here we go. Now I can set it. Setting it is so slow. Okay. All I need is for the colors to look accurate. There we go. Gelatinous cubes? No, I don't have. Maybe one somewhere in a bin. All right. Now that should be consistent now. Other things may shift. All that I locked in was the white balance setting, but that's what was driving me crazy. Okay. So I'm just going to use this across the top. And how are you guys all doing? What are you up to tonight? Anybody also decide to paint minis on a Thursday night like a really, really, really cool person does? You guys got other stuff going on. Nice part about blending in this texture paste with the cork is that makes it all just kind of look like a kind of a rocky earth formation rather than like here's the base and here's the cork. Merge these two together into one. Atticus waiting for a new album to come out. It's exciting. You know that that artist, you might have to. I totally understand. When it's an artist that you are passionate about. But that one that T recommended, that artist that T recommended, I think on last night's stream, Bug Hunter, so good. Beardy, you're looking up airbrushing tutorials. Got one last year. My first experience wasn't the best. I've been trying. Yeah, I don't know that I would call them fears that I have, but airbrushing is this really kind of frustrating part of the crafting space for me, because it feels like I don't, like, if I can't do it here at this table, I'm a lot less interested in using a technique. Playing Minecraft, that's, hey, all the coolest people I know play Minecraft. It just means my family. Okay, so we'll let this, this won't take too long to set, especially with these thin amounts. And then we can start thinking about what else we want to add. Now, if we wanted to, do I want to? I pulled over this green stuff, which is not yet green stuff. It's still yellow and blue stuff. So if we wanted to create some kind of cave formations using it, see how fresh it is and how annoying it's going to be to turn it into something soft and malleable here. It's a little dry and annoying, but let's see. And then I think I need to prime this guy. He might be okay to paint as is, but I'm definitely going to prime him. And I'm a big fan of using speed paint, so we'll definitely be using those on him, which will make the process, well, we'll see. I was going to say pretty speedy, but he is a beefy boy, so it might take some time. Let's see. Still mostly a yellow-blue stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where if I had a booth or took the time to create a dedicated space, I bet I would enjoy, especially for terrain and stuff like that. Atticus Day Infinity. I appreciate the dedication. Like I said, if I watched it, I'd be so disappointed the next time you're around. I guess you just have to pick the next thing to remind me to watch, right? Technically, we don't have to lose this experience ever. Still sort of a... It's almost completely green. It's still a little bit too much blue and yellow for my taste. Because what I'm thinking is I could take some of this stuff and drape it a couple of times over even just like maybe like the blunt piece of a toothpick and make some... I've done that before on some bases and it worked out okay. If I do that and then also put some texture paste on it, I bet it'll look like rocky formations pretty easily. Yeah, that's pretty green. That works. Let's see here. Let's see if this idea will work. Just watch all the TV shows that you watch. It's probably a good start. I mean, you would say you have good taste, right? You wouldn't lie to me. Okay, that toothpick broke immediately. Let's see here. Probably have some water handy to help a little bit with this, but Dungeons and Drams, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So it's going fantastic. We are painting up and making a base for this character here, who doesn't yet have a name. The only thing we know, due to the exclamation point stream, the sponsorship with Dungeon in a Box with their Monster Trainer Kickstarter, is that this guy's a monster hunter. We know that about him. That's a given. He's also got these amazing candles that he uses to light the way, so he is going to be an Underdark cave spelunking monster hunter, and I am just on a whim seeing if I can make some stalagmite things to kind of come off the sides, maybe. Is that a shell or a backpack? Yes. Look at that. Shell, backpack. The shell also has a belt going around the back there that seems to hold some, I don't know what they are, maybe some potions of some sort. It's got some protective gear pouch up there on the top. This guy's kitted out. Maybe I should have looked up some inspiration for stalagmites before going crazy on this. A wise man once said, that sounds pretty wise. I would agree. I don't know if that really works. Hold on. Let me pull myself up a reference image or two. Make sure I'm aiming in the right direction here. Stalag. I feel like they always have like a drippy appearance. Stalagmites, you might trip over them. You might trip over them. Oh, that's better than what I've used. That's from the Dungeon Cast. Nice. I feel like from the floor they should be more squat. Maybe. Hey, thanks for the cheerleading, Drams. I appreciate it. Alright, so let's try. Okay, get that weight there. Let's do another. Feel like smaller is better. I'm trying to make one of those, but smaller. Looks a little mushroomy, but I think once I carve off the bottom, and especially texturing it a little bit, I think it'll work. Man, who likes working with green stuff? Your first time here in a stream, got to make a good impression. Just wait until you see the bad impression all the regulars like to make. You have no idea. So this is a nice break from the slog of the past. I don't even know how many streams. I should count them at some point. Because we've been working on some crafts and some related adventures, so this is kind of a fresh divergence here. Playing with some new ideas. Let's see, I think, do I have... I'm sitting here struggling, like I literally have clean water over here exactly for this. That's true. That's what regulars are for, yeah. The mini is one with the Underdark, so he hides in the shadows of the shadows. That kind of works. Smaller than... And then, Drams, if you are interested, I'll drop 2 quick links because it's been a minute. Let's see what the stream's got going on, and then we also have a Discord that is fun as well. And anybody on the stream is welcome to join the Discord. It's actually not a public link, so if you don't come through the stream, Discord pretty much doesn't exist. So we are a fun and small group in there. Okay, I shouldn't speak so ill of green stuff. With a little bit of water on your hands, it's not so bad. It's like kind of drawing it apart and then sort of pushing it from both ends together seems to create kind of the effect I'm looking for. I'm not really too worried about the texture that it has because I think it's going to get its own coating in that texture paste. So that it sort of blends in with the cave. Not sure that I'll use, I mean, in fact, I know I won't use all 3 of these, but just making a few different sizes. So I have some to choose from. See, the one advantage that I feel like, whether you call them a tortle or a turtle, first of all, which do you guys prefer? Is it annoying to call these things tortles? They're kind of fun to say, but it's just a big turtle. It's just a big turtle person. Turtle person? It's a very bird person to say turtle person. I feel like the big advantage, though, of being a turtle and a monster hunter is that I feel like this turtle will be pretty old. I have a lot of knowledge about changing like biomes and environments and things like that. Clayton Colosoil. Clayton is definitely a terrible part of that name, I would agree. basically hopefully making what kind of looks like a little Christmas tree. Hopefully that ends up being the right vibe. Try to... We shall see. Alright. So that's all the green stuff. We'll see what comes of that. Give it some time. Get that green stuff out of here. Get this cork out of here. Well, not all the cork, some of the cork. Most of the cork. Normally, I'm doing this kind of painting stuff on my painting table, but that is occupied by the big bad evil guy of my crafting space, which is my terrible, horrible, no good, very bad printer. And at least for the time being, while I'm still printing off test runs of my adventure booklets, that's the most convenient place for it to be. But it isn't convenient in this case because crafting space, not painting space, but we're making it work. All right, next I need a brush. Not a good brush, just a brush. I need some paint water. I need one of these guys. That guy. And some paper towels. These guys, if you haven't didn't know, this is actually a mini version. I actually picked this one up from a teacher's supply store, but you can get them like this one is small because it's used for like teaching numbers, I guess. But you can pick up these Pop-It silicone toys every which way. The first one that I used I stole from my kids, and it is pretty much the perfect paint tray because you can just pop out the dry bits of paint and not have to clean a surface. I'm a big fan. Now granted, I have other paint trays, especially for non-miniature paints. Every once in a while we see an appearance from Dirty Boy, Filthy Boy. That's the big crazy cheap paint palette that I use. But he should not be necessary tonight. Because even though the terrain base is, or the base is sort of terrain, it is, I paint it like it's a miniature. All right, so with all of that, all right, so first up is priming. Like I said, no spray booth, so all of my crafting stuff is sort of designed around how do I do it here at the table. This is the most convenient place for me to work. So brush on priming is my go-to. I feel like the color of this shell and his turtle skin is gonna define a lot about this character. The shell. He's got these huge arms, huge head, huge feet. Is it, I'm thinking like, should it be like a brown shell? I feel like a dark shell. It's kind of what I was leaning toward. But then again, to get a good contrast off of all of his like backpacks and leather stuff, maybe it should be a different color. Could always be like a, maybe like a dark green or light green. But it's a fantasy world, so this could be a turtle from, and honestly, like, this is how little I know about turtles. I was about to say like, hey, this is a fantasy turtle. He could have any number of shell colors. And it's like, I actually don't know the full gamut, like what's the full range of shell colors that turtles can even have. I don't think I know that. So who might I say it's even a fantasy color? Are there red-shelled turtles out there? There probably are. Green, blue, yellow. There's probably every color out there if I really search for it. Looks like some sort of a chain. Maybe there's some sort of a protective sort of like holy relic that this character travels with. I think I would if I was hunting for exotic rare monsters in the Underdark. The other fun thing about speed paints, which I've not really had the chance to use recently on stream, because I just haven't been painting stuff, so I'm excited to do that, is how it enables you to use colors that would otherwise be very difficult. So like if I wasn't using speed paints, I would not be even considering like, okay, so maybe his skin is like yellow. I think that could actually be really cool. Yellow turtle skin. Because that just feels like he's older. He feels like from someplace like more dangerous or something. Like, but anyway, like, yeah, yellow, speed paint yellow is really, really easy to use, whereas painting yellow normally, well, let's just say it's not easy. It's sort of one of the most painful colors, maybe the most painful color to paint miniatures. The only thing I've ever found to work, and not that I've, prolific painter or anything, but I've put my time in with a brush. The only thing that I've ever found to work is to like start with a brown and kind of step it up, but it's not fun, like doing multiple layers just to achieve the color. But speed paints makes it actually pretty fun. So, and then a yellow turtle skin, that would go well with, could do really, honestly, any shell color. I don't think there's anything that will clash. Browns, reds, greens, all of that would work. Beardy flashbacks, I know, right? Because it's either like it's too faint, it's showing through, or like now it's like all streaky and it's not even. Yeah, that's specific colors like that. Man, it's really hard to argue with speed paints, I think. It took me a little bit of time, some of which is documented on old streams. Took me a while to sort of get the hang of speed paints, because I just experiment and craft stuff. I rarely look up like, hey, how should you use speed paints? I was like, okay, well, it kind of makes sense to me to use them like this, and I think I used it wrong for like, pretty much a whole night of painting, and then had to, I guess you call that learning the hard way. But I feel like this guy, I don't know if this is like, maybe I'm reading ahead too far into this character. I feel like this is the guy you hope. So I need to stop saying guy. This is the turtle. Whoever this turtle is, this is the turtle you want to see coming in the Underdark or the cave system. Like, which is sort of counter to like, imagine like spelunkers, and I think about people like fitting into tight crevices and things like that. But it just feels like this turtle knows its way around, and if it's on the way, like, the day is saved, sort of like you don't have anything to worry about. Or at the very least, like, this turtle has a map. This turtle has a map to tell you. It probably has, like, they might be sort of out of date. But this turtle knows and has heard of exactly where you're trying to go, and has a route to suggest. I think I touched everything. Oh man, so many fun details start to show up, even just with some. Here, I'll keep him up. He's tipping back a little bit, but kind of like the wolf. Yeah, I mean he's not the wolf, right? Like, could be something like that. Like, it just already feels like, any comments about like, hey, those candles light the way. Why not use something like an arcane torch or something, this or that? It's like, turtles like candles are reliable. More wholesome, yeah. Maybe less wolf. You know who I'm getting vibes from? More like oh, hold on, I need to pull the name. From Atticus will be sorry to see you go. But thanks for being here while you can. Who's the fixer from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? That's the vibe. The Jonathan Banks played. Let's see, there's Walt, Jesse. I always forget his name. Gus. Hank was the brother. Start doing that thing where it's like I'll go through the alphabet. Does it start with But that's the guy, that Jonathan Banks character on those shows. That's the vibe now in my mind for this turtle. Mike, thank you, Beardy. Gustavo Fring, no, this isn't Gustavo, but this for this particular, because if this turtle is a monster catcher, monster hunter, you know, what's their style? Kind of feels like their style is like, what kind of monster is it? What kind of creature? Yep, okay. And then like this turtle's gonna go on like the long hike to like the other side of the mountain, gather up like the exotic fruit that like attracts it, and come back and like lay it out, you know, methodically, slowly, and basically lead the monster straight into like a trap. That's what that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from this turtle now. Hey Joe, seems like turtle shell colors, you can go for it, but the patterns are amazing and worth Googling. Ooh. Would there be room enough for like patterns on this? Maybe a little bit on this corner, on this side, which is kind of nice because like doing an entire shell's worth of patterns might be intimidating. But maybe a little bit on this corner. Maybe. Interesting. Not a spelunker? Oh no, I think definitely a spelunker. Definitely an underdark and like cavern explorer. But this turtle's not going in, you know, metaphorically guns blazing, right? I guess it'd be like wands blazing in a fantasy setting. This one is doing its research. But like it doesn't need to do a lot of research because there's just the same thing as Mike, right? Mike doesn't need to do a bunch of research because Mike's an old retired cop. Mike's lived it. I feel like this turtle's lived it too. And it's like, oh, yep. I know what you're talking about. I know how to attract that like crazy dragonfly monster. Cool, Atticus. My plan is to be here until the mini's done. So, as long as it takes for me to paint this thing up and base it properly. So this is already like, it's a little tacky, but like this is already to the touch, not so bad. Yeah, I hope you like the album release that you're looking forward to. Blake. First name is Igneous. You know, that's not bad. I need to set a here. I was thinking about this. Not sure how to totally do it, but I want to start keeping track of ideas that everybody throws out. Let's see. Can I be smart and do like a thing? Let me see. Let's see, will it? Of course it will. Yeah. I just have to use... Okay, first name Igneous. Igneous. Let's throw this out back like that, maybe. It's not entirely in focus, but can work with it. I should probably say name ideas, but it's a start. Okay. For the pattern, have you ever seen Zentangles? The idea is repeated lines that make fantastic patterns. Maybe I will look that up. Let me just look up some turtle shells. See what we see. I think I see what you mean. So like, yeah, like it's kind of just like lines and outlines and outlines. Yeah, simple repeated lines. Huh. Simple repeated lines can also be a challenge, but see, look, yeah, red turtle shells. So this turtle can have any coloration that we want. I mean, obviously it can. We're just painting it, but interesting. Let's give these guys a coating, I think. Now that they're not gonna like bend too much. Go back to the texture paste. And I do have some unused little like hot glue mushroom guys in one of my little drawers. I can grab that and see if we can tuck one or two of those in too. I think probably the playlist is looped at least once here. Let me pick a new one. Nice part, really forgiving part about making natural formation stuff is that you pretty much can't screw it up. That's just peanut butter. Let's see. Contains, may produce an allergic reaction. Well, that's true about peanut butter too. It is crazy how much some of these things look different on screen versus in person. It's sometimes pretty extreme. Okay, so I think, yeah, he's almost there. So just like the big guy, base gets primed as well. No, they're not. They are Citadel handles. I think all of them are. I've collected a handful. I'm sure there are 3D models for them out there, but they've got like pretty complex little latches involved, so I'm not sure that I would trust 3D printing to do that. Corks also do well, and people I know, I've never used them, but like, you know, medicine, like pill containers, those all work fairly well too. Cork and like any of this like ground texture is really porous, so I'm just, the primer I'm using, I'm watering a lot more than I did with the mini. Blake, I'm just glad that you're still conscious. So I'm glad that you are, I think, now a survivor of. The wars, yeah. Oh, it sounds like, I don't know about war. It seems like that Capri Sun was aiming to take you out. Let's see here. Looking at some shell designs. it feels like the light brown with like the dark brown lines is going to feel the most turtley. I mean, but you can pretty much get away. I feel like you can get away with almost any color choices, any designs. I feel like this hammer staff hammer thing is gonna be central to this character too. I'm not sure how. And like the shield tied to its arm that is, I mean, it's clearly a gravestone. Well, and depending on how competent I feel when it comes to painting, we may get the design that we get. So I've got a Zealot yellow. Just gonna need even a speed paint. It's gonna need I also have a sand golem color, but no. That's true. Nobody can say they're not squiggles. Could be. Do a quick test here. See if the yellow is shaken enough. Yeah. See that like instant yellow with highlights and shadows for the skin? Yeah, that'll be good. The Gravedigger's Cloak just got a little taste of something, but that's okay. That's true. Animals, beasts, these things are all pretty forgiving to paint. Because at the end of the day, natural stuff sometimes just looks weird. Welcome back, Noel. Just decided to go with yellow for sort of the base skin color of this guy, mostly because speed paints make yellow an option again. So why not? Proud convert. It's hard to beat him. It's hard to beat him. We also had an insight while talking about our turtle friend that we're still getting to know while you were gone, and I think it's while you were gone. And it sort of seems like I think this is exactly the turtle that you hope to see coming to find you, or that you can like purchase a map from through the caves, through the Underdark. This turtle's seen some stuff. You see those two little lit candles. It's a good sign. Maybe even Mike from Breaking Bad vibes. And I think of Mike mostly because I think about how methodically Mike approached problem solving with creative, like sure-handed solutions, like he'd done it 100 times before. And I feel like that's how this turtle would catch monsters. It's not the obvious and violent way. It's like the way that's going to work, because of course it's going to work. You know? A wayfinder. So Mike as a character is basically the he's basically the wolf, if you've seen Pulp Fiction. Like, that's how he's introduced. He was actually introduced to Breaking Bad sort of out of necessity. Like, so many amazing writing happens this way. Because there was an episode where Jesse's girlfriend, well, Jesse needed help. And they wanted it to be Saul, the sort of kind of comedic lawyer character that comes by to help Jesse out. But that actor wasn't available to do the shoot that day. And so they couldn't get him for the episode. It was probably not just like a single day thing. So they rewrote it to be basically somebody that the lawyer could call on to hire. And so sort of this like fixer type character was born. And as they went deeper and deeper on Mike's character, he's basically a retired crooked cop. And he sort of became defined on Breaking Bad and then later Better Call Saul, the prequel show, by long, kind of almost meandering scenes of him wordlessly doing something very clever to outsmart dumber people. That's sort of what he would do. Things that seemed like almost just like tricks of the trade, like, you know, you know, like at one point they're all kind of shows that sort of center around like the, you know, drug crime, the cartel, and you know, the goal is to sort of disrupt the shipping process, the trafficking of a rival cartel, and that's kind of what he's tasked with. And they show at one point, this elaborate kind of drug trafficking process as these trucks that are able to sort of, stash things and take them from, take them from south of the border up to the north and back and forth, back and forth. And so he's trying to disrupt that. And the process involves him going out into the desert. Well, first I think he even like buys a pair of shoes. At first it shows him like shoe shopping. You're like, what is his plan here? And it's a pair of sneakers, and he takes that box out into the desert to like the road, and he parks, takes them out, and ties the shoelaces together, and then takes drugs that he has and puts it into the toe of the shoe. And again, tied the shoes together, and then it just shows a sequence of him time and time again trying to throw these shoes up to get them hanging over a like running light, or what do you call it, between two electrical poles, like to hang these shoes up over the road. And he eventually gets them hanging. And then I think after that, it just shows him sort of doing like target practice with like a rifle. And when the time comes, this location is identified as being one of the spots that these kind of drug runners always stop. And so he's off in the distance, and basically when they're stopped, shoots the toe of the shoe, which then the drugs come out onto basically the truck itself. So now the drug catching dogs find it when they're being inspected at the border, and he starts shutting down this trucking operation. So like that entire thing, it's like, okay, he could probably go about this a lot of different ways, and they could tell the story in a lot of different ways, but he just sort of like has this plan in motion, or has this plan in his mind and sets it in motion, and the storytelling is finding out like what is he doing that's going to work, like how is this going to play out. So there's just tons of stuff like that. I think at one point in Better Call Saul, he's being watched, and so he buys what does he buy? He buys like imprint paper and puts it underneath his doormat. And so when he comes home, he can lift up the doormat and he can see whether there are shoe imprints, like anybody's come to try to get into his door. Just stuff that's like, okay, like, how many of these does he have, right? But it ends up being a really fascinating character because he's sort of, you want to see him outsmart people. You also want to see him challenged, right? You want to see somebody really put him to the test, which those shows definitely do. Cool. I like that. Yeah, it's still gonna take a second. All right, so maybe a light brown. That way we can come in darker with some color to do a pattern on the shell. That's what I think. So I think the way the speed paint color stuff works is that the kind of the middle is the base color, and then the lighter, like the highlights and then the shadows, are on the side. So I feel like that's closer. I don't feel like we want to go that light. It'll be too close to that skin. Yeah. We're also collecting names, potential names for our turtle friend. Igneous is a fun one. See it, Blake? That could also become Iggy in certain instances, which would be fun. Get out of there. Before long, I'm gonna have enough turtles to set up a whole team of them. All turtle, like oops, all turtles. I might even be able to come in with like a micron and draw a little like design in black on the shell. It's got these like points on it. Kind of nice. Might be easier for me to control the tip of a pen than the tip of a brush. I feel like all of my inspiration for this turtle so far has been trying to think of more characters that come to mind when I think about, yeah, how'd you put it, Noah? A wayfinder? wayfinder who's seen some stuff. Could be almost like a almost like a Ripley-esque character in like the later Aliens, where it's like, you know, like this like the turtle's seen some stuff, but that was a long time ago. I think this front, what's it called? The belly. The belly here needs a layer too. Sorry for the shakes. Big belt maybe is next, or this like this gravestone is pretty dramatic over here. Might need to do that. And then figure out why would our turtle friend have a gravestone as a shield? That's interesting. It's sort of somber, sort of creepy, but it could also be some sort of like almost like protected by their family type of thing, you know, like it's some sort of a weird symbol. Jake, that's a fantastic question. I literally have a Gravelord Gray speed paint, so that's perhaps the reason for hunting down and catching monsters, because of somebody who was taken by one. But of course it seems sort of like in bad taste, if it's a grave you care about, to take that gravestone. seems that way. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe the gravestone. Ooh, that's a cool idea, Kira. Only trust the undead to protect them, seeing how a turtle shell is basically their own skeleton. It's interesting. I like that. I was just gonna throw out there, what if the reason for having the gravestone is that whatever happened to the loved one, the body's not there anymore anyway. And maybe that's part of, is it a shield or is it baggage? Is part of the hunt that this character is on, is almost to like restore, bring peace to that loved one by laying them to rest finally. Almost like a like somebody's out there, somebody out there has been made undead. And so now it's like, okay, well, we'll take this with us. Yeah, but also like wherever they happen to be, and wherever they get put down, because presumably that's what this character's got to do. Like I'm imagining, like, what if some sort of exotic creature, right? Some sort of mysterious being that, slithers off into the Underdark. What if the like the venom or something about the attack, like, sort of raises its victims, raises the dead, almost like a vampire, like a revenant type of vibe. And that wasn't known by this character at the time, which could also be part of the impetus for learning more about these exotic creatures. And so as a result, they buried their dead. A couple days go by, body's not there anymore. It's just an idea. See if it sticks with us as we plot along here. I feel like this belt and this pack are calling out to me. So there's, that's all one strap system. mean, the gravestone could have some sort of magical property too. Maybe that has something to do with the knowledge of such a span of time. Knowledge of the past, that sort of thing. Maybe like a green traveler's path. That'd be kind of get some green, some color on the back there. See ya, Beardy. Thanks for hanging out. I understand. That is what the yawns mean. It's probably good to listen to them sometimes. Just sometimes, though. Sometimes the yawns can win. Ooh, igneous ingenuity. I mean, igneous is a solid, like, that's a solid name. Might need a last name, though. Like, what is the name across the tombstone, actually? It looks like there are actual names. There are actual names etched into this tombstone. It looks like, I don't know, you can see 7, but it looks like it's implying there's like 9 or 10. Each of those little impressions is a name. So I read like Stom, Blath, Epstom. Just some, like, probably just some names that mean something to the miniature designer. I'm not sure. Interesting. He's turning out cool so far. I like. Let me get a rope color. Okay. Feels like maybe something about, like, maybe it's igneous, like something about, like, the which side of a tree does the all right, good luck with all that. Which side, where does moss grow? And why? Moss can grow on any side of a tree where it finds the right conditions, but it's more likely to grow on the north side. It's because the north side of a tree is often the shadiest and the dampest. Okay. Something to think about. I'm going to refresh my coffee, and I will be right back in a couple of minutes. And I think I did this correctly. Can't stop Kira with the, let's see, which one? This one? Yeah. Thanks for all the useful plugs. I've been thinking this whole coffee break about a last name. It feels like there should be something about something steady, slow, methodical. You know, like this character feels like they're like constant, like a metronome. You know, the way that like moss grows or like roots take hold and spread. I'm sure something will come to mind. Okay, it's all looking good. Let's get some, I think just some wild colors on this is what it needs. Still with some pockets in there that aren't quite dry though, which is annoying, but fine. These are a little bit better off. Let's see, do I care? I'm not sure that I care. I think I want to hit this with a few colors at once. So when I think of Underdark, if that's what we're going for with this base, I tend to think of it as certainly cave at a base layer, but like there are other colors swirling around, alien colors, right? Like purples, pinks, and greens in the rock. It's kind of what I think. So we're gonna mix them in. See what comes out. One of these days I'll get one of those shakers. But they're noisy. It's like can't win. And I think there's like a, do I have like a cool gray? Yeah. All right. Use this side and we'll go gray. Purple. Pink. And green. And this gray sort of brings some blue with it. So we get a little blue for free. And what I think I'm gonna do is just sort of play around with yeah, that looks like an alien landscape. Blah. Good with that. Get a little bit more of this runic gray. I like this color. Oh. See if the base needs any touch-ups. What's next for you? Maybe the hammer staff deal. Here, let me get some. Let me throw some. Throw some names. An elder Bowser. He's getting there. I'm just going through all of the last names that I thought of while I was getting coffee. Okay. I feel like this hammer with this like interesting sort of design. I don't know what I'll do with it. Maybe like something I don't know, like brass or something, like maybe gold. could be silver, I guess, too, or like some kind of steel. But it feels like in the hands of Igneous, or Iggy, I call him Iggy. In Iggy's hand, it feels like a Dominion rod or something. You know what I mean? Like it's something, like our minds might first go to like. There's a little bit I missed back there. It's not like a dog catcher, right? It's not like some awful like cattle prod or like snare, but I feel like there should be some interesting way that it works. That basically is like a, like it's gonna, what's the word for it? It's a, like for domination purposes, like dominate beast, dominate creature, whatever. But I don't think it should necessarily be that. There's something else about it. It doesn't quite work that way. Snapping turtle? Oh, you mean the Iggy's head, or the head of that wand? The metal head? Not Iggy, right. Okay. Yeah, kind of. Well, I was thinking about like okay, so like if there is some sort of enchantment on the weapon, because I kind of like the, what's he out there, like probably some creatures, some I don't necessarily like this idea that it's only like, like it's hunting monsters. Iggy's hunting monsters. Like as good-willed as he might be, not all monsters are like that. So I don't necessarily like it just being like this. Good morning, Matisse. Like almost like one of those things where it's a wand of like dominate beast, but only if it's like it's never gonna be Iggy that dominates them. Or maybe it's like a thing where I don't know, there's something about how that could work that I think could be clever. Anyway, from across the pond, how's it going, Matisse? Good Friday morning. Sponsorship magic indeed. So, Dungeon in a Box has recently fired off a brand new Kickstarter, which has funded, and looks like it'll be awesome. It's called the Monster Trader's Handbook. It's a 5e supplement. and campaign book. Hundreds of monsters. They all have stats, but there's also like a campaign attached to it. They're doing like a whole thing with cards. Like it's one of these interesting, I think, approaches to like hybridization for D&D, which like we're all about around these parts. So in honor of the stream sponsor, we are making a turtle monster hunter. It's not a terrible idea, Kira, not at all. Maybe there's a way that the sort of Dominion rod can sort of give Iggy sort of advantage against some of these creatures. Like it makes fighting them or dealing with them in general easier, right? Like it makes them a little bit more dormant, or maybe and like mechanically speaking, it's like, okay, maybe gives him advantage in a combat like initiative sort of way. That pack up on his shoulder there, or rather that pouch needs a cool, it's a little blue pouch, maybe a little pop of color. Magic blue. I like the sound of a magic blue. And just like that, I've got too many paints out again. It always happens. It's like putting all the paints away. I'm doing such a good job of it. It's a very blue. Turtle translated to Dutch, huh? What's the... Every once in a while, it's like, oh, I'm thinking of a name that I've heard before, and then I have to like look it up. Where have I heard that before? Pad makes me think of Padfoot, which is like, oh yeah, that's a Harry Potter name. Let's try silver for that, I think. Yeah, it's a lot brighter than I thought it was going to be, but we'll see how it dries. Sometimes you put something on there and it goes, whoa. But we'll see. It is called Magic Blue, so let's see what kind of magic it brings as it dries. Matisse, I took your recommendation finally made a video about that clip from Critical Role. That Mercer setting the scene, doing like 7. Found an interesting way to make the video too that was fun. Not sure if it's gonna resonate with people or not, but it was a fun video to make. I'm very proud of it. Let's get color on this thing. Yeah, it feels like the end of this thing should spin. Maybe it's like a locator. You know, maybe it does something for like, I don't know. Maybe it's more of a research tool than a weapon. Or maybe it doubles as both. Some research, but then something that it can do in combat as well. Thanks, Matisse. It's a really cool clip. I appreciate you calling it to my attention. Saves me the time of having to watch all of Critical Role to catch stuff like that. Now I just need to make my crazy Matt Mercer map conspiracy video, because I think I'm right, but I'm not sure very many people agree with me yet. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so the shell is needing a design. kind of feels like, I mean, I could probably draw it on there, because like the hitting lines, but I guess it could just be squiggles. I guess we did cover that earlier. I think I have like a deep brown that would almost look black on that shell. That could work. I don't know if I want to go with something strong like a red. That might look weird. It's called a rigid leather, so you know. Yeah, good call. So every mini as a character is the name of the stream. So we chose this guy at the beginning. Well, we didn't know at the time, but he's become Iggy or Igneous something, not sure yet. The monster tracker and hunter. And he is a cave, primarily cave traveler, specifically the Underdarks. We've got sort of an alien Underdark cave floor started here. At least when I think of Underdark, that's what I picture, as well as some stalagmites to have popping off of the floor. Made these out of green stuff and some texture paste, just over a toothpick. So we'll see how they dry and where they fit once we put our shelled friend on top of it. And then there's maybe I've got some mushrooms that maybe will fit or maybe not, we'll see. But definitely some anywhere that those don't go, kind of in these lower portions. Probably going to be sticking some natural looking growth, some kind of fungus looking stuff down there. So yep, that's where we are so far. And now it's about landing on kind of a full name and sort of a backstory. Kind of the stuff we've been talking about is sort of getting a vibe from Igneous here, as sort of a methodical hunter, right? We were talking about gosh, why does he leave my brain? The guy from Breaking Bad. He's gone. He's gone already. Paint some of the fungi on Iggy's foot or shell. You mean like have a mushroom coming off its back, maybe? Matisse, how long has he been traveling in the Underdark at this? I think that yeah, this is definitely a good while. So the vibe for what is the guy's name? It so drives me crazy that Mike Ermintrout. Can never remember. So the reason I think of Mike is because to the extent that Iggy here is a monster tracker and hunter, it's not in an aggressive way. It's like, oh, you're looking for a red spotted owlbear. Those are only found in the deepest, darkest. Okay, well, all right, here's how much it's going to cost, and I'm going to take a 6-month trek to the other side of the mountains here because that's where this particular flower grows. And if I, get that and I combine it, into this, and I leave markings here and there, like basically I can draw I can draw the creature to where I need to be, like a long history and memory of cleverly catching and tracking monsters. The other Mike element, I think, is that if you're in trouble in a cave, or if you're looking for a map to a place, you're happy to see Iggy plodding up with his ridiculously impractical but somehow justified candlesticks lighting his way. That might be my favorite part. Shirley has scars. Well, the same way that Mike is a retired cop, I feel like the exciting stuff, the risky stuff, not risky. Risky is a bad, because I feel like Iggy would face down some risky stuff and can probably do some damage if he needs to, but definitely has a past. And we keep going back and forth. We haven't landed on exactly why Iggy has a shield or is bearing the weight while traveling of this gravestone. Don't know why, but there's got to be a reason. I mean, you combine the gravestone with the candlesticks. He's almost like a walking, what's a sigil? Not sigil. Like he's a walking ceremony, right? You think it's his? That's his gravestone? I mean, it could be. What's the old thing where it's like, bring your own burial money? It's pretty somber. Does he carry it with him because it's like a family? Do you think it's like a family stone? Like he left home a long time ago, but everybody's buried the same way, so he's bringing it with him so that wherever he gets buried, there's that tradition is maintained. So you're saying he's carrying around a stone that says, "Here lies Igneous." Like he's got his own. I mean, there are some names on there, but maybe part of it could be like, it's got his name's carved in there. Born this date. Obviously, no end date yet, but maybe there's a tally as well. Maybe he chisels in the monsters that he's able to best. It's a bit of record keeping along the way. But in the meantime, it's also a decent shield. The stream. Oh no. Well, welcome back. We are here. Why else make such effort of traveling with a gravestone? Yeah, that's true. it begs the question, right? Which is part of what's interesting. All right, now am I going to be able to make appropriate squiggles? Not at all dark enough. What do I have that's darker? There's always one option. Works every time. Maybe. Iggy root. Igneous root. I'm sorry, Atticus. Oh, he's an heir to a throne now. See, Atticus. Well, it's one of those things that I don't know as much about as like stuff that would be really helpful probably for like miniature painting or painting in general. Anything with colors is like sort of the okay, yeah, that's black, but when you put it next to these other colors, it's not going to look as black, you know? What is that? Is that color theory? I'm also using speed paint, so a lot of the benefits of that type of wash are sort of already baked into each step. Otherwise, yeah, I would. I've added a couple of layer paints that will need some touch up, but for the most part, this is a speed paint game. For me anyway. Tried speed paints and compared it to the old way, and it was like, this is how I paint now. Ugh. Man, I'm sorry for all of it, Noel. Sounds like it's been just the worst. Just cleaning the old place since the person I was renting a condo from sold it. I mean, it does sort of feel like you've racked up like all of the negative travel. Ah, Iggy Root. All right. Sounds like we might be on our way to a winner then. The root of the problem? Yeah. Well, I like it. I like the name because, I mean, it's tough to find good ones, but I like when names are like, okay, there's a couple of things there that would actually be memorable to players, right? Like Iggy already is a name that, you know, I feel like your brain wants to remember. But Root, now you like it too. Sir Igneous Root the Third, heir to the Shallows. Shallows I like. Maybe it could be Igneous Shallow Root, but Shallow Root seems the opposite of the vibe. He's definitely not shallow. I like Igneous Root because it feels like Root could be part of, if he was to basically sell his services, it would be focusing on the root part of it, right? Like it's Root Monster Hunter or something like that. He's he's I.Root Monster Hunter. Yeah. He's Root is kind of like Route, or depending on how you say Route, it's Root and Root. All right, so both. So that pouch in the front just like straight up turned purple, which makes it a little bit better, but I do need to touch it up because it doesn't have enough detail. Same goes for the pack in the back. I have to touch that one up. No, it's no good right now. He's got all these little details. Got to do something with his eyes, meaning I need to actually give him eyes. He's got these whites. You say root like root, not root like route. It's fair. That's fair. So I'm almost certain now. Oh, Atticus, that's nice. Yeah, Igneous Root Wayfinder of the Shallows. Maybe, yeah. I mean, definitely, like... I feel like... Wayfinding, rooting... Like, he's definitely... Iggy's definitely the one you want guiding you through the Underdark, right? Turning those candles on and hoofing it. Nothing more than a brisk pace, though. Let's be sensible here. I think Atticus is talking about there was an artist who was releasing some new music on stream that he was at. Oh no, this stream is still going. In fact, this stream is going so well, partly due to the wonderful folks at Dungeon in a Box. No, honestly, like the Monster Trainers Handbook, like I'm sure that I will use their lovely wildkin, as they call them, these potential companion animals. They will cause harm in my world, but at least some of them will get snatched up and become like. I'm gonna have to deal with monster creatures In my yeah, guys, Dungeon in a Box is in for a treat, because there's basically nothing that I'm not allowed to do. So it's gonna make script writing real fun on this one, because I'm gonna make a couple videos and just see what I can come up with. A little bit red. Ah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Red-eyed, Iggy, yeah. Doesn't Iggy have a pet? Maybe that's what the little Dominion rod does. Maybe that's how he, like, should there be something a little bit... Maybe there should be some... Like, he's already carrying his own... I think we've landed on that. I think he's carrying his own gravestone. It's a family marker, and he's probably going to perish on the road, so to speak, out on the trails. But maybe there's something in this little wand he's carrying. Maybe there's something that's a little bit like... Maybe Iggy needs a dark edge. Maybe it's like, whoa, that rod does what now? I don't know how we feel about that, Mr. Root. He just slowly shrugs, you know. Could obviously be some sort of like dominate beast. What was I gonna grab? I was about to grab a paint color. Not a paint color, I was gonna do his eyes. That's what I was gonna do. A concealed chain mace. I mean, it's whatever we say it is, right? But yes, of course, it's a weapon. But it could have magic. A magic weapon. Eyes are hard. I take what I can get. I take what I can get. No, that's still working. Let's see what's next. Maybe I feel like the brass candle holders up here. I think that's what's next. Brass or copper, something. Let's try brass. I think for this one it's like a light gray, but it's a white. But I can always dab it with something to add some texture. Or, honestly, go back in and make the black part of the eye bigger, right? He sort of looks surprised right now, but it doesn't have to be that small. And I think, in his case, larger eyes might make, or like larger looking pupils might make more sense. He's got sort of that bug eye look going right now. pupils are dilated in the dark. Well, it does feel like they should probably be the, what is it, like the reptilian, like the up and down slit type of eye rather than the dot. Now that I see it, you know. Look it up. Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to here? I mean, really? Tons better. Just, you know, iteration. Figure it out. Booklets, yep, finished. I ended up making a very straightforward listing of the potential feats that could be pulled out of the, just like a simple fold, like single fold for the Thieves Journal. Obviously, the Thieves Journal will take more puzzling out to figure out how to best use it going forward. Yeah. But, yeah. Yep, all done. So now I can package them up, send them out. Haven't done that yet, but I will. Thanks. Yeah, that's partly how we're able to start moving on to some exciting new types of streams, and I can start refocusing on, okay, so that sprint of work is done, multiple sprints of work. What's next? Or more pointedly, yeah, I mean, it's great to be doing. I've been wanting to do this stream for months. I've got some big videos I want to do, some collaborations. I want to do those new player games. I've been thinking a lot about those. A game for tomorrow. Do you mean that do I play D&D tomorrow? I do not. Let's see. So I think fire is going to boil down to. Let's see. I think fire is most intense at the center. So like when you get to the top of the flame, it's lighter, right? Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Actually, I still have some yellow in here. Oh, sorry, Blake. I forgot. Of course. Here's a little reminder. Tomorrow night we play a video game. And the pole has never been tighter. The center is lighter. I think it's more. So literally every remaining vote is really going to matter. Because the games left are very, very close. I'm not sure. I'm talking about like the intensity of this light. They're very, very tiny little candle lights. I'm not sure it really matters. Uh-oh. The leaderboards have shifted. Do I have a preference, Matisse, as to what? Yeah, orangish yellow, the speed paint do me well on that one, and I think a second speed paint will be better than anything else for getting the wax color. Well, I'll give it another minute just in case anybody didn't get their vote in, but we may have a decision. Oh, sorry, Matisse. Do I have a preference? No. Not so much. I find that each time I look at one of these games and actually like think about it, I'm able to find something where I'm like, okay, that'll be interesting. And honestly, like that's, I think one of my biggest backlogs right now is talking about the last couple that we played. Yeah, I'm all over that. I've got a, you'll see. Definitely don't want it to be that stark white. You can also, Matisse, just say, hey, that stark white looks bad. And I would say, yeah, it does. It Takes Two requires 2 people. So if that gets picked, if It Takes Two gets picked, then 2 things would happen. Well, Matisse, thanks for saying something. We'll see. We'll see how it dries. So if It Takes Two wins, then number 1, I would play that with Ashley, my wife, and number 2, it would not be on a Friday night. It would be on a weekend afternoon when the kids are being cared for by grandma and grandpa. Because otherwise we would have 90 minutes of playtime, and then Friday night would be over. I am uniquely talented for these late nights. But it is a game that we've wanted to play. We just never have. So it's fair to keep it on the list, floating around. Wife cameo, yep. I'm sure it'll happen sooner or later, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen this weekend. I might come back in and paint some pools, some little streaks of white. I think a combination of this color and white would be good. Let's see. What else? What else? I think this color and this color and yeah, that'll be a good start. I know she wanted the lily pad base. Yeah, she mentioned that. I think that was just some light trolling. How many wife cameos would that be? 1. I'm not sure she's I mean, she'll chat from time to time. Hopefully not when I'm talking about her and our friend's game that she's in. That would be... I try to warn her of that. I don't know. I might have to. I feel like Root might hand out some business cards. You know, Wayfinder and Monster Hunter. All of his work is based on recommendation. It's word of mouth. That's how he works. right, I think I will maybe refresh just to make sure. Yep, okay. Calling it. The game for tomorrow night is going to be The Stanley Parable. So that's exciting. Maybe, Blake, maybe. iRoot LLC, Tracker Hunter Bodyguard. Never get stuck with iRoot. So I guess, like, I mean, tomorrow, obviously, you can't explore the Stanley Parable without exploring the nature of meta. And I mean, it's like the example. It's all meta. So much so that we'll probably get lost in it for a while. But I think that meta, it's also impossible to avoid in tabletop games, in D&D. There are all sorts of things that we intuitively put into our dungeons that is sort of, there could be in-jokes, which breaks that fourth wall. There could be dialogue between characters, like we're always aware of sort of the substrate of the game, like the structure of the game and how it works. So yeah, well, we can meditate on that concept a little bit. Why not? Definitely see some of the fans. Which one, the Ultimate Edition, have more content? It's just brimming with content. Well, whatever the latest and greatest is, that's what I'll play. Played Braid, the Anniversary Edition, so we will play that new stuff. That's funny. By the way, if anybody slept on or if anybody missed Bug Hunter, recommended by T yesterday, jammed through a good chunk of that artist's music today, and it's really good, like folk music, or at least what I would, as somebody who doesn't understand music, that's what that feels like to me. It's very very heartfelt, very cute, very endearing music, with a couple in there that were like a couple really insightful surprises. So yeah, Bug Hunter, I would check that out. I think the one that I linked up in Discord, the 2 beds, 2 beds, 2 bath, 2 beds, 2 bath, and a ghost. I think that's my favorite. Very, very sweet song. Yeah, I think that artist has like a couple videos that are just like entire albums. It feels like he's really embraced YouTube, so it shouldn't be hard to pull those up. Sciaticus, thanks for hanging out. See you, Blake. Thanks for hanging out. Good talking to you. Matisse, what do you mean? To record what? YouTube records it. I don't. OBS. Oh, this? Yeah, this is my phone. That pointing at me, the unimportant square, or I guess rectangle. That's just an old phone. Yep, I'm an all current and old iPhone operation here because it is a damn convenient. But I'm sure I'll upgrade at some point. It just hasn't happened yet. So it depends. It depends how I have it set. I'll explain. So the reason that autofocus is turned off, I think, if I remember correctly, actually I don't recall. I think it is something that I can fiddle with. But also sometimes the app, I ran into this in January, I think, that the app that I use to connect to OBS, if I fiddle too much with like zoom controls, it like overheats my phone. When I take the mini close, yeah, I shouldn't. Like, this is obviously no good. The sweet spot is about right here, I think. And if I'm smart, I just pay attention. I'm on a literal grid line here, so I can identify the sweet spot of like these 2 inches, and I should just keep it there. See, that's it. That's what I would do if I was better at this. So maybe I'll try to keep that in mind, because I should. Generally speaking, it's good if it's better if you can see what I'm doing. As a pro streamer, these are things that I have unique insight into. It's important to be able to see the content. I have experimented with like the autofocus settings before in general for mini painting, and I find that more often than not it's autofocusing on the wrong stuff. So it's a lot easier to create sort of the fixed zoom location and then just kind of try to stay there. But thanks for dropping in the link. I have to say, the part of their Kickstarter involves basically like a card game alongside D&D, which I think is super cool. I love when other games are sort of mixed in with D&D. I think there's a lot of room for that, and I think it is like super accessible and fun, and why not? It's also very smart on Dungeon and Box side of things, because people like to collect things, and cards are a very good way to do that. It's getting there. What is that little... There's a little dangly guy back there. What's the little dangly guy? Could be a... I know. Orange. Technically fire orange. Don't worry, Matisse, that's not how we say that word. I'm sure you know, though. I tried really hard to avoid bumping the camera. It's just impossible. As we come around to sort of the final few passes on Igneous here, and then probably get the base settled too, it's a good time to remind you guys that I aim for table quality painting, which is not competition. It's not up close. It's like, hey, how does the miniature look from an arm's length away? Because that's all that you're ever going to see it at. See ya, Noel. Hey, Mega, or Smega? Smega? Really? How about Mega? Love your content. Just want to pop in and say thank you. Well, thank you, S Mega. Good to see you. Thanks for checking out the stream. Just painting up this turtle here. Turtle. Thanks for the reminder, Kira. We have a Discord full of all of these wonderful people for all of those sad few hours of the day where I'm not streaming. And that Discord link from Kirabot there, trusty Kirabot, is pretty much only ever shared here on stream, so it's the only place. Kira's always watching, even when the stream is off. Phone focus is not happy right now. Probably just from me bouncing it around. Yeah, table quality gets you plenty far in this hobby. I think I need, okay, there's a couple more obvious things. See you, Noel. A couple more obvious bits. I think with this guy, this is the trick. This is the color I need. This is the color I must use. There are many colors like it, but this one is mine. Do we break the focus? Really? So now I need to... Hold on. Something with writing on it. Good thing I put something out here with writing on it. Hold on. A little intermission. Okay, so Focus. There we go. Let's pick a focus. How about... Oh boy. Okay, well, things are getting interesting. Focus in. Oh boy. I'm freaking it out. A ferret companion? That'd be cool. Hold on, what did I do here? Okay, cool. Focus. Oh, I see what it's trying to do. That's really stupid though, but okay. Get in there. Focus. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to do it or not. Alright, let's see. I clearly don't understand how focusing on this, or how to even barely use focus in this app. But that does seem to be better. Maybe it should be focused here though, since that's where I'm spending my time. Hold on. A little bit of jostling. Oh, come on. Focus. Damn you. Nope. Okay. Great. Great. Stupid technology. Oh no, Kira. I didn't mean it. I meant this technology over here, this phone. Surely this won't bring about the end of our civilization. Not that one comment. Each iPhone is okay. So first thing you need to know about me is that I don't know the answer to that question without looking at on my phone. I'm too far past the point of caring. I know it's like in the teens, so it's a decent one. So the one that's pointed at the important subject is better than the one that's pointed at my face, probably by like 4 versions. But I don't know much beyond that, sorry, without looking. I think I used to know that stuff better. I just stopped caring. Yeah, I think so. Green, red, and blue. I could do green, red, and blue. Heck is that supposed to be? Yeah, he's coming together all right. His backpack is a bit much. Yeah, I would agree. Let's experiment. No, it's not. I have some painted minis from their sets, but this one is not. And their Kickstarter is all skinny minis. 162 centuries old. I mean, it could be. Some metal effects. Just a few. Do you keep the paints you used separately while working? No, I try to put them all back. I don't like having a lot of... Really, I think I just don't like having a lot of cleanup. So I pretty aggressively like put things back and get things back out. I think I used to think like, oh, I need to like save things because what if I need to reuse that paint? And then I realized like most of the time it doesn't matter all that much. right. See you, Matisse. Thanks. Catch you next time. I can absolutely share some pictures. It's a good idea. I should take them anyway. I think the only thing left I really want to touch up on him is his eyes, which is always scary to do. Okay. So that's pretty good. Now, igneous root sits over there. How are we feeling here? Definitely need, there's definitely some pooling going on. I think we need to pull all of this together a little bit with a dry brush of some sort of a gray. Some sort of a gray, maybe a stone gray. Let's try that out. Uh-oh. See? Messed with the zoom and the camera got too hot. Or it just randomly fell asleep. Not this camera, too. Let's see. Is this... see here, so he looks so derpy. Is it the eyes? Where the hell the focus is on this? Yeah. It's definitely the eyes. Yeah, eyes are tough. I'll have to work on that. That's fun. That's what I get for being impatient, I guess. Hey, what's up, Carp Dad? Yeah, this is a, it's called Every Mini is a Character. And basically, I'm trying to, it's only the second time I've ever done this type of stream, but it's one of my favorites. Because what I like about painting minis is that while doing it, I just think about the character behind him. So here, this is Igneous Root. And in the spirit of the sponsor of the stream, which is a Kickstarter put on by Dungeon in a Box for their new Monster Trainer Handbook Kickstarter, this is a Monster Hunter / tracker. And Igneous is kind of a slow, methodical type of monster tracker, not like the type that's going to do a bunch of, I think, research to learn about whoever he's tracking, to sort of lure them in. Here's a link if you're curious to the Kickstarter that inspired the character and is sponsoring the stream. Oh, and it's a spelunking, like, Underdark hunter. Yeah. It's been fun. Plus, a turtle is just a fun thing to paint. All of those things said, and then it's like, yeah, plus turtle. Turtle fun. Okay, where can I stick him? Right there might be the... There's always a 10-second stream delay, huh? I feel like there's a trick to getting around that, but I don't know what it is. It might only be on desktop, too, that you can even get around it. So sticky. Lego Blue Tack. You're tacking a little bit too much, thank you. A little more blue, a little less tack. Obviously, you don't have to pin your minis, but I prefer it. Hello, get through there, please. What is the deal? This is crazy. So far into the future. Cryptab, before you streamed and made content, did you commonly spend your evenings working on D&D stuff like this? Yes, I was toiling away down here for nobody. Making all sorts of crazy stuff. Painting, figuring out painting and terrain building and puzzle crafting for my games. And why won't that one go through? You know, which was fine too. But I also, I mean, I was able to watch a lot more stuff back then, right? Because I wasn't on stream when I was making stuff. But I also really like the community that's forming now around everything. That's been super cool to see. And everybody in the community is just super talented and creative, and I love the collaborative nature of stuff. Plus, like, kind of toiling away, crafting, even just being a DM at all is such solitary work that it's been a nice change of pace having people to connect to. And the stream is now kind of how I channel all of this kind of like creative energy. It's where it goes. Why? This is crazy. It's like this little cork hole does not want to do what I want it to do. Who was the first active regular in stream? I mean, this time around, because this is technically my third go round at streaming. I think it's that the angle is wrong, which is a really annoying thing to try to correct for. It's fine on the one because the pin is more straight up and down, but I think this one goes in at an angle. Luckily, the foot is big enough to hide it. The first, I don't remember. Probably on Twitch last year, it would have been, there's a streamer named Plush Viking over on Twitch who's super supportive of crafting streamers, and does his own stream every now and again. So he would have been my first, I think, really kind of regular person popping in. A lot of the crafters over on Twitch have to sort of support each other with viewers because that's about all you're going to get. And I would have to look back. Ugh, camera does not like... The camera really hates two Ryans. The camera really hates adjusting, like, whatever I did to the zoom. It's not a fan of that. That's okay. Now we'll just talk here. I get you guys, and now you get me, right? Even though it's going to be so satisfying to see that foot go through. There it goes. Well, I'm proud of the camera. It handled its own for like what, 5 hours almost? More than 5 hours, so I can't really be mad at it. I blame Matisse really for commenting on the zoom and leading us away from the good times. I swear pinning's not usually this difficult. I know. I would love for that. Can't believe me. I would love for my phone not to be overheating. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen to the phone before I caused it. See you, Carp Dad. Okay, so how can I set... I need to unlock the focus. I need to let the focus do what the focus wants to do, I think. I also need the phone to be on. It's one crucial ingredient in this recipe. Is that the damn phone. Demons for real. All right. Just see whether a bit of pressure on those. So there's pressure on the, trying to decide if I want to glue it down with that pressure or try to relieve some of it. The reason for it is because of the angle of the feet, the angle of the pins. They're not going straight up and down. Maybe I can correct it without totally breaking them. That's what does it. All this time I didn't realize that that's what does it. Definitely gonna have some holes to patch up here. Making a mess of my base. That's okay. Need to add a bunch of moss anyway. I'd rather it sit right. And technically speaking, I'm probably a bit rusty at doing this because let's see, the last one, I guess I did the owlbear and Bernthal for that video I shot. So I guess I did a couple minis recently, but generally speaking, I'm pretty out of practice. Apparently with like lining up these pinnings. Quite a bit out of practice. Ah, that's better. That's better. Here, I bet I can even do it again. Eh. Oh, come on now. Joke's on me. I have to do it a few times because I have to get the glue on there. I had it. There. I like that position. Hopefully I'm not rubbing off the paint too much. Okay, so get some we'll use the accelerant. Doesn't take much. That'll give us our quick cure. Okay. Not bad. Now, go back in here and trim this down. I just want to make sure that the sharp bit of the paper clip doesn't stick out and scratch up anything. Sorry. Okay. Could add something. Possibly, maybe. But I think it might make it too crowded, and I think better off with the one stalagmite and looking at some foliage. I think. I mean, it's kind of a dry cavern right now, which is okay. I guess dry meaning. No grass, no life. Shouldn't there be life? This part's also very satisfying. Let's see. So there are a couple of tiny little crimes that I could hide with some moss, and it could also like even out. I've got a bunch of different kinds. It can be tough to add in moderation though. Like I don't want it to really. The reason I'm leaning towards making it pretty sparse, like maybe I can grab a little tuft or two. I'm leaning toward that probably being it, only because I don't want to overpower. I don't want to make it seem like a total like vegetation base. Should have attached it to this thing before I painted the base. I'm not putting it on the. I don't want to put it down because I don't want to get a black ring. Don't want a black ring on my cutting board, cutting mat. Let's see here. What colors do I have? I have some of this ivy, that color. Oh. I have dark and magenta. Blue, but I feel like blue might be nice. Okay, let's see if any of these work. So we've got blue stuff. It's like oh, there's a name for it, but you can basically get it from any craft store fairly cheap. It's really messy and annoying to work with. Yeah, but it'll add some flavor here. There, like I went through, because I'm a psycho, and organized it all into these little compartments in my wall over here, mostly because managing it in bags and stuff is really annoying, and my attempt to try to control it a little bit. Probably bright magenta growth. That could be cool. If I manage to get the right amount of it. Just a little bush worth. Does not take very much on a base. Especially here where it's gonna go like front. It can sort of be growing out of where that stalagmite is, I think. So we'll try that. That's pretty big. Base is drying. I should have waited, I guess. This is where big dub hands become an issue. Some more of this stupid stuff. Just need a clump. And just make it moss. Just say. Ugh. Hate this stuff. Did I mention I hated this stuff? I hate this stuff. Why would anybody ever want to use it? Stupid. Trying to use it and make it look good is a challenge. Just trying to even like visualize if I would like it in there. Because I think if it's compressed too much, I really don't like it. But once it's not compressed, I don't like it either. Can you tell? Well, it's so finicky and stupid. And I think I mean, it's just too overpowering. It's too overpowering. Hold on. It's too much. There's got to be something else I have that would work. And I have sort of grass things, but that feels a bit out of place. Maybe there's like dead grass. Maybe that would sort of blend in and not look too weird. Might be my best option, actually. It's probably my best option. Heck of a lot easier to control these little tufts. Oh, did it happen again? Yep. Phone is just gonna chill out, I guess. Come back, phone. Maybe. It's like, come on, phone, you only have to make it a little bit longer. Just a wee touch longer. All right. Glue the damn stuff in there. Okay. I think, let's see. Sort of dead grass, which I think works. There. That works. That works. Now, stupid gnat. Okay. Now I have these things in the way. These things as well. This up there. There, these over here. This and this. Over there. Moss in the garbage pail. Okay, so those guys are fine. Stuff is gone. So I can use those probably some other time. Get rid of these. Hold on, I want to grab something. Something somewhere. Just okay. Well, that crap is out of the way now. Now, just because it's fun, hey, what's up, Bacon? So, just finished painting this guy right here. Thank you, Kira. Dedication is unwavering. And I thought I'd pose him a minute. Because that's what you do with your toys, right? Illusion shattered. Oh, Bacon, what's that? I'm over here fooling around. I inspired you to make a mini book of riddles from the antagonist to the party. Well, that's amazing. Did you give it to them yet? Or rather, like, ugh. Sorry, phone will come back momentarily. By then, the shot I'm setting up will look perfect. Ugh. You just started? That's amazing. That's awesome. Are you in the Discord? I'm sure people would love to see it and contribute to your... We have some riddle lovers in the community. For both good and for bad. They won't leave, so... I'm kidding, obviously. Thank you again, Kira. iPhone needs to cool down. Well, I don't really care what iPhone needs to do. iPhone needs to do what I say. Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to get at. Not bad. Not bad. I think maybe like if I do it like that. Just an idea you've been writing down now. Nice. Well, if you ever want any assistance with it, we do a couple of streams that are sort of geared around that sort of thing. And like I said, folks, whether we're on stream or not, folks in the community are really good about that sort of stuff too. Helping. Now can I do something super fancy? Let's see. Almost. Definitely. Left bigger. Left bigger and ugh. Eesh. Too annoying. Nah. It was gonna be the perfect shot. There we go. Thanks, Kira. Definitely gonna work on a short, yeah. Bacon, any tips for new DMs trying to start minis? Just, I guess, kind of go after whatever inspires you. Is what I would say. Whatever that is, if you want to do big stuff, small stuff, you know. Don't let people make you feel bad for that actually even seems kind of in focus, doesn't it? Don't let people make you feel bad for having gray unpainted stuff. That's casting. That's just ideas in the form of potential miniatures. So let's see, maybe No, I think he was good. In any case, that is Igneous Root, and we know a lot about him. I want to explore even more about him. No problem, Bacon. I stream pretty much every night, so I think tomorrow night we're playing Stanley Parable, and then this weekend we are doing a couple crafting streams, which, since you guys are awesome and cool, and here at the end of the stream you get to learn secrets. Do with them what you will. Use them wisely. Look at that focus. My phone's gonna melt. Phone's gonna melt. It can't handle it. I should probably give it a break. Yeah. Sure, that works. Here, let me just go ahead and let my phone rest before it literally boils through the case. This weekend, we are going to craft a Monster Hunter's Diary for Igneous. I've got some cool new supplies since I've learned a little tiny bit about bookbinding. Now we're gonna just dive right in with some crazy stuff, and so we're gonna be diving into this character a lot more, where he's been, what his history is, and spend some more time in this whole kind of like monster hunting theme. So that'll be probably Saturday and Sunday, depending on how long it takes to fully flesh it all out. But yeah, it's gonna be super cool. I've got pretty much everything sourced for it, and I've got some new techniques that I want to try out that may or may not include leather, which is super exciting. So Kira, you always know just the thing to say. But yeah, you're right. Here's the biggest thing that will help with that is that I actually know how to put the pages together better. So it should speed up. Like, if I figure out how many pages, and then I have those pages, like I literally have the full, like, what it's gonna be made of, I can work on them and then stitch them, and it's done. So I'm giving myself a couple of nights, and I'm not aiming for something that's fully complete, just aiming for something that will sell the idea, basically, and that I can, to sort of vet some concepts and keep filling out. It's not like I'm making it for anybody but myself. I know, Kira, I shouldn't predict anything. All I know is that tomorrow night, playing video games, playing Stanley Parable, seeing what we can learn from Stanley Parable for D&D purposes, which should be an interesting question to ponder. And then we'll jump into Igneous Root's world and make him a diary. Should be fun. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. I don't know. Might have to make every mini is a character. Might have to make these streams every week because they're super, super fun. I've got plenty of minis to work through, and what better way than to do it one at a time, once a week, forever. Hey, bot friends, whatever you got to do, right? I would assume bot friends from you would have meant that it was It Takes Two, but working for the cartel in Eberron as a goblin. I have some goblin minis that I've been meaning to dig into that are like really, really fun. I've only run a goblin one shot once, like a goblin party, but I want to do it again. But in any case, I'll get some pictures taken, put up on the Discord. Bacon, thanks for checking out the stream. Hope to see you around again, or in the Discord, or wherever you happen to pop up. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow.